Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement. And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Sulman Rahim here, Master of the Covenant. Break our 7 seals. I've got a few things I want to talk about today, brothers and sisters. I'm not sure if I'm get all in today. Quite a few things, but we'll see. But anyone's paying attention, they're obviously guilty. Just watch them. Just follow what they say. They jump over scriptures, important scriptures, and as a pattern. Certain scriptures they avoid altogether. Say believe part of the book and disbelieve the other. Because if you speaking from God, you speak the whole thing. Like it says, I put my words in his mouth, and you guys speak it all, but they jumping around, so it's something they're hiding or avoiding or something. So we'll see. Let's see, brothers and sisters. But they said, for them is a most grievous chastisement. And that's about to be unleashed any day now, brothers and sisters. The dam is already starting to break. You see cracks in the dam, little spurts. Okay. See a lot more in a few more days, a lot more.
I do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm going to do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flager as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor,
yes, sir,
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color. It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground and unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you, so. And Mustafa may be 4 more shades lighter. We a family.
Yes, sir.
Let's stay a family and be a family and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. Thank you. I had to do that. We love you.
One more time, brother.
Total contradiction to Elijah's message. Total contradiction to Mass Promise lesson. They're not representing Elijah Muhammad. There's no way, no form, no fashion. But that'll all come to fruition in a few more days. Time has run out, brothers and sisters. Like I said, we'll resume in the Middle East, pick off Armageddon. It's going to bring them down. All thrones are cast down, bring them down hard. Bring them down to hell hard. Grievous chastisement. So let's talk about, I got a few things here. The last three I talked about the other day, seasons. I'm going to go back into that again, a little more depth to it. But primarily, I want to talk about some more things, brothers and sisters. See, right now, we got to understand the time we're in. Now, if you watch that shit show on Sunday, that tells you a lot if you can read between the lines. But that first character got on, what his name? Daniel, whatever. We're in total triple darkness. Total triple, wait a minute, hold it. See how ignorant they are? Well, if we're in total triple darkness, so dark, then why is the light turned off? Because we're in total triple dark, we should have a light, right? And FARRAKHAN is supposed to be the light, right? But he turned off. Hey, God told me to shut up. So what are we supposed to do in total triple dark? I mean, that's what the messenger or the prophet or the supposed to be. They're supposed to be the light in the darkness. He says, no, I'm not going, I'm shy, I'm told me to shut up. I should have played it, but anyway. You see what I'm saying? See the problem there? Because he's supposed to shine, he's supposed to be there just, right, to give us light when the darkness comes. And he said, the darkness comes, we're total triple dark. We're in darkness, total triple darkness now. And the light that's according to him is supposed to guide us through the darkness. Well, this when I get all my people, all this stuff, right? He's out, turn out, boom. No light. So what are we supposed to do now? If we're in the darkness, and the only light, according to them, is him, then we're in trouble, aren't we? Why won't he turn the light on? Hmm? See, they haven't thought this thing too, because they're all stupid over there, ignorant. And when something comes out of there, look at some thought applied to it, didn't come from them, it's coming from the handlers. So let's talk a few things, brothers and sisters. See, the thing, right now, we're in trouble. See, at least the Levites are in trouble. Because the time of Jacob, so he could be delivered out of here. But you're in trouble, brothers and sisters. You brought it on yourself. Because I came, lift up a messenger, right? Who prepared a way for the messenger of the covenant, that you was, right? What's the word they use? I forget the word they use. But you was put down by FARRAKHAN, the robber of the nation. Well, it's clear. It's FARRAKHAN. It's clear who FARRAKHAN is. Totally clear. There's no problem there. It's so clear. All you got to do is read the scripture. If you're going to say Exodus, bam. If you're going to say Malachi, bam. No matter how you cut it. How you cut it. The Mark, whatever book you read, it still come out shit. So if you with him, then you will get what he gets. You go. In other words, if you with him, then you're going to end up where he ends up because you follow him, right? You're going to end up where he ends up. So this is kind of, like I said, it took me 5 hours to put this together, bro. So it's not as organized as I would like to. But I can do another 2 hours to do that. So I'm going to walk through it and, wing it through, right? And see what happens. Oh, again, it's not any mystery God stuff here, brothers and sisters. See, it says you will be armed. No tribulation if, because right now it's a mental war. It's a mental war now. We go tribulation is going to digress to a physical war because they're going to attack you. They're going to attack you with words. They're attacking with words now. They're fighting back with words. They're going to physically attack you. And if you need weapons, you will be given weapons. As I said, every man armed for war. You'll be given weapons. Not from me, from Master Muhammad. If you acquire weapons, you will receive them. I already told you will receive food. It says, see, manna from heaven, because all saying you'll be armed. Now these little stuff they have, superior to whatever they have. You got people, I'm gonna give me a gun. Well, go get you a gun then. You got a factory to produce the bullets. When you're out of bullets, you're gonna run back to mass and cast some more bullets to shoot you with. It's all stupid. Because you listen to people, nothing's thought through. Most of them deal on an emotional level. Most of them on an emotional level. So what I'm saying is not gonna make any sense to them. And it doesn't matter to me. Yeah, people be willing, they be enthusiastic, those that step up. There'll be no pushmobiles there. If pushmobiles, you ain't gonna make it. I'm not pushing, I'm not through it pushing. Okay, now let me try to explain this to you. I should have played that, like I said, out of order here, but it says, let us get rid of them. And the problem is that you don't understand that's talking about you. That's another thing I meant to put out, I didn't put up. You think they're talking about false Israel. They're talking about you. That false sign up there, that star, that's a false sign. False Israel, they're over there, they put over there to distract you, to deceive you. It says clear in the Bible, Jesus told me, the Bible said, no, you're not seeing Abraham. And then in Angel, what you call Revelation, he said, no. Anyone calls themselves Jews, they're not. They're synagogue of Satan. But you still buying it. Because they keep telling you, you're nothing, you're wicked, and you got Mr. Farrakhan telling the same thing. You don't have a vision. Elijah Muhammad gave you a vision. Farrakhan's taking that vision away. What was the vision? The vision is that after all we went through, we're going to return home with great substance to Arabia, between the Euphrates and the river Egypt. Right? That was the vision. What's the vision now? We're not going anywhere, so what's the vision then? What's the vision for? We're going to stay here, okay. Is that a vision? Because we're here already. What's the vision, Farrakhan? Scientologies? Genetics? What's the vision? You don't have one. That's why you're perishing. Now, I've got to do that. Put that in there also. So I think I have it there somewhere. That's why you're perishing. Because you don't have a vision. So you're going all different ways. Some going this way, some way, some shooting people, some getting high, drunk, whatever. Got the cross. Because you don't have a vision. If you have a vision, we have a common goal. You come united as an army. The army has to have a common vision. Otherwise, they're not effective. They have to know that's the enemy. We got to defeat them or to go home. They have to have a common vision. Otherwise, you don't have a vision. Farrakhan took the vision away from you. We're not going anywhere. We're going to stay here. Devils ain't devils anymore. There's no definition there. It's just free fall, really, really. And now he's all pathetic. What are you going to do for you? But they're still trying to promote him like he's viable. And so then you're stuck with Ishmael and those guys. What are they going to do? All they can do is live off soak as much money off you as they can. That's what it's all about. It's about money. That's why anybody that got money, they can come in. Anybody come in now. Anybody can put on, a uniform. Embassy, anyone can come in. You got devils in them. Expand everybody. As long as you got some money. It's the biggest bullshit you ever seen. But see, the problem is that, let's think about this for a minute. See, you've been lied about everything. Elijah Muhammad said that, and you don't want to hear it. Some of you won't hear it out of fear. Because if you hear it, that means you have to change the way you act, and you don't want to do that because you're fearful. Because you're going to lose friends, you might lose your job, you might lose your family. Fear. It's that those who are fear to invest their lives will lose it. Those that are fearless will gain it. So you're trying to hold on to this world, you're going to lose it. Those that give it up, say they'll gain it, gain the next. I'm paraphrasing, I'm not saying exactly how he said it, right? You're on an emotional level, you're hanging on everything because of fear. It's like, so I'm trying to find it again. I would like to find it. It was like a lion that took down this zebra, took it down. And the zebra's still alive. The lion was eating on the zebra, eating on his behind. He was alive. Every time the zebra raised his head, the lion was like, rah, and he laid his head back down. I'm still looking at this. He's eating them. He's eating them now. And so every time he raised his head, right, like try to give us something, he rah, and he lays his head back down. I mean, I know a zebra's an animal, right? But I'm trying to make sense of that. People are the same way. Because they try to raise up. But that was killing us. They're literally killing us. And the ultimate gain is if what it says, let they'll shrivel them and said the whole thing was the thoughts in the river get rid of us. You understand your key, you understand river me, but I'm not trying to explain to you. But the point is, it meant death. Because the river is both that and the two. It's both. And I'm moving on process. It's death too. But they rip rid of you. So, but you say, well, why would they do that? Well, why wouldn't they? Would have been what's their history of 400 years? Some people don't even know the history. They keep lying to history too. So you out there fist bumping and with them and people that have been, like Elijah Muhammad said, been destroying you and continue to destroy you. He said they're still doing it. He said they'll destroy and continue to destroy you. But they're going to do it in a way that you can't see it. Because that's where you do it. You know, because then, you know, like a lion don't advertise he's there. He sneak up on the prey. The prey find out it's too damn late. He got his ass. And that's what he says is going to happen to you. Listen to these Ben X and all these fools out here talking about I'm Moorish and all this bullshit. Listen to them. Ask what the vision is. Ask them what their vision is. That's what their vision is. What's the vision for black people? Reparations? We can go over that. But how can they give you reparations when everything they have is stolen goods? They'll give you 6 states that stole it from the Native Americans? Well, that's their property, not America's. So they give it to you. Then what did they come up and say, man, hey, bro, can I have my states back? What you going to say? No. Then now you a thief. Just guilty as they are. You still taking stolen goods. You receiving stolen property. You know it's stolen. Everything they have is stolen. So why would you want that? Show me in scripture that's we supposed to get reparations. Show me Elijah Muhammad said that. I know he said if they won't let us go, they'll give us some land of our own. He said that's the second best. If we can't get out of here, at least get some land of our own. Yeah, that was the fallback position. They try to make like this primary position. The primary position is we're getting out of here. Okay, but if you plan something, you want to make sure it works. They build a car to make sure it works. So they start doing test cases to make sure everything's in place. They always do that. They test the product, see if it's going to work. So their ultimate goal, they tell you ultimate goal is to get rid of you. It's all kinds of reasons why they do that. Right? So let's look at a couple things. Look over in Gaza. See what's happening over there? That's open genocide. I mean, the whole world can see it. It's never been like that. They had us over here, but the whole world can see what they were doing to us. I mean, maybe they knew, maybe they didn't. But they have videos and carrying that kind of stuff, right? And so for a Holocaust a century ago, right? They have video. People could, they had rumors. Maybe they knew, but the point it wasn't open season. Everybody could just see it. But this is open, clearly open. And America's just guilty because the point is, and you say, well, how's America guilty? Because if you out here, you want to kill somebody and I give you a gun and ammunition, well, you enable them. So you just guilty they are. Because if you had a gun and ammunition, they wouldn't be doing it. They couldn't do it if you didn't have, you were supplying the weapons and ammunition to do it with. And they couldn't do it without America's. So some people say they're America's too. America want them to do that, and they have deniability. See, it's them doing it. Yeah, but you furnishing it. Either way. Either way, say they're just guilty. So why are they doing that? Why so, and then the media here is totally silent on it. Why is that? It's open. Yeah, you go out on the internet, web, YouTube, and everything to see this. These are actual pictures. They claim it ain't nothing happened over there. Well, I guess they starved themselves to death. Understand, brothers and sisters? Why is this happening? America's supposed to be the invaded country for human rights and everything else, but they on board with this. They're on board with it. They're enabling it. Keep that in mind. And then the other thing, remember, that's open genocide. World, everything is they condemned it. They put people on restaurants for people, and then Yahoo carried on. So, and then you got this. America's totally on board with the other thing. As yes. Well, some else I forgot. There's so many stuff, but some else I forgot to put in there too. So anyway, I'll just talk it through. You got these prisons. Now these prisons here, I believe, are El Salvador prisons. Let's find that. I think so. I may have them mixed up, right? But anyway, I do have one for El Salvador. I may have them. Anyway, so he got it through. I mean, nobody's saying anything. He's acting in the ways their president reacted. Right? Not that anybody any good. But he can take prisoners, he can take people to deport and put them in prison in El Salvador. But even more so, he can take American prisoners, people that are born here that's legal, so-called legal, right? That's in prison here. Who's most of those? You know, there. Put them down in El Salvador, and that prison down there. Say, wait a minute, that's against Constitution. Well, they can do it. That's why he's doing that. And they build all these detention centers here. See, I'm sure prisons they want to see if you said, well, maybe they want to empty the prisons because it costs too much money to have prisoners here. If we can move them down to El Salvador. I mean, these American citizens now, they want to put a prison down in El Salvador, and nobody's saying objected to it. Right? Then they got these detention centers, and this don't live with you. Now, the legal detention centers for ICE, right, supposed to be a stopping off point. They put you there, they grab a bunch of people, and then you go to litigation. You go plead your case in court and everything, right? You get your day in court, right? And they decide whether you're going to be deported or whatever. But Trump got around that somehow. So they don't have to do that anymore. They can just send your ass out of here. They don't have to put you up. No, you don't have to go to court. No, they get you. No court for you. So how do you do that? Anyway, he did it. So you got this legislation over here. Nobody's contesting. Nobody. I mean, they may complain it, but nobody do anything about it. It's worldwide known. I mean, people protesting all over the world. And then they got this thing, El Salvador, and on top of that, there are detention centers, but they don't need to put people in detention centers anymore because remember, the detention was there until they go to trial. Go to have a day in court. Go to the process. But he's limited the process. What's the process? So they can just ship you right out. So that's a question. So when somebody had a detention centers, because they put you in until you had a day in court, they had to put you somewhere. But now they don't have that. Why do they need detention centers? And why are they building big ones? See, when El Salvador, America told them to build it, so why you tell them to build prison down there for their people? Because you tend to send your people in prison down there, and he never comes back. But now you have detention centers, and nobody's considering that. Nobody's asking that question. Why do you need detention centers anymore? You're not giving their court. You just send them straight down to Mexico. I mean, and one of the biggest ones, two of the biggest ones, is it's actually building one and one in Florida. So you damn near don't know what. So just why stop? Why stop? Just go ahead and put them out of the country. The border's not too far away. Why do that? Because they're not for them. They're for you. Test case. Big old detention centers. The one, the biggest one in the world is in Texas. They're building now. And they do a big one in Florida. They don't need to put them in detention anymore because you don't get to their court. So why are you hoping there? Just move them. You got them. Take them over down to the border and ship them, drop them off. So why are they building these things then? Answer that question. They building these? What's those names doing? Get it busted. They building these? There's a thing going over there that nobody's doing anything there. Trial runs, brothers and sisters. Let's look at the next one. Get the centers. And then, what's another thing he said? Well, we got the Supreme Court. Now, against the Constitution, right? They can't use American military against American citizens on American soil. Can't do it. Can't do it. However, Trump got it through. It's in certain cases, like they're riding or something like that, he can do it. He did it in California. California said, hey, man, what you doing that for? You can't do that. It's against the Constitution, but he did it anyway. Nobody said, boo. So, they got a military force. They can just come in and do whatever they want, gather up people, put in detention centers we don't need anymore. And they got to work on it in Gaza or whatever. They're just killing people openly. They still connect. They ain't make any sense here. So next one. Show his stormtroopers. 3 parts there. All strange. Put you in the picture there. Three things there. There's your camps. Don't need them anymore. Keep them right out. Riot police, not riot police, riot military. They just take you, grab you, shoot you if you want. Anyway, grab you. Military. They're all prepared to lock you at any time. Got those two. Keep in mind, brothers and sisters. Then you got a gossip going over there. Yes, side. Let's talk about it over here. Let's see if we can bring these things together somehow. And here's another treasure, right? This is Orange County. That is, right? They stacked up in everything. I don't keep paying money for. Okay. This is a so-called detention center. Okay, so let's have it pretty. You got detention center that we need anymore. This side going to eliminate people. They're trying to just eliminate people. need them. And Cuban brothers sister. What's it? Detention camps. Gaza. Camps. Gaza. There's three things here, right? Oh, and they can come in and gather you up. The military can act on you. They said that's against the Constitution. They can't do that. But he's allowed to do it. They said, why is this going on like this? Now, contrary to popular belief, this war was not about freeing you. That's an absolute lie. You got to take time to reference, check it out. It's an absolute lie. No intention of freeing you. It wasn't about freeing you. It's about a season change from industrial revolution, from agricultural revolution to industrial revolution. The agricultural revolution to the industrial revolution. What do you mean? Okay, in agriculture, you had to go out and force farm, which is farming is forcing the earth to produce, because the earth is it's not energized. So it's got deserts, you got cold poles, or anyway. So now you're in a situation where right now during this period of time we have to farm it by first start to produce. Culture age. And so these lazy people, they said, hey man, okay, we got to farm to make it. So they said, let's get some slaves over here and make them work. They did. And so once the industrial age come in and start having machines that cotton, all that kind of stuff, right? They didn't need you anymore. Start building factories. They call them plants back then, but they figure you get smart. You got to pick up on that, so they changed the factories. They had plants. And so they need your fields anymore, but slave master, well, I got these folks, not feeding them. What do with them? So they found that he could take and put you out to the plantations, plants. And you don't call him master, you call him the boss. He said, okay, boss, I'll give you $1 an hour for each slave you bring up here. I pay you $1 an hour. So you might have 20, 30, because the slaves won't get the money. The master won't get the money. Remember, they still the slaves. So the problem is that in the industrial age now, the white folks wasn't getting any jobs because they were like $10 an hour. I'm just paraphrasing, right? And they said, well, I pay you $10 and I get this over here, work for $1. They ain't give me no problems. No, they here all the time, 24/7, boom, boom, boom. Right? That's reality. So the new reality coming in. AI. So they don't need, they got robots to do that work now. Robots. Even cyborgs, I'm sure good at cyborgs, it's a little more advanced. So new age. So like I said, back during slavery, back so-called slavery, they didn't huh. Only reason why they ended up talking Emancipation Proclamation was after the war was going and North was losing because South was winning. And somebody had a bright idea, well, get those Negroes, right? Inside. Right? And promised them freedom if they fight. They did. And so they was able to win the war. You know what their reward was? One of them they took and put them in a concentration camp. And I'm starving there. No 4 eggs and mule, none of that stuff. They did put, it was in this document. freedom right. We did get characterized being free. So what about you freeing you? Well, I said, y'all gotta stop it. We can't compete against this. You gotta stop sending these black plants. So that's one part. I said, what was it? Separate them from master, totally separate them. So master still couldn't pull that grab. See? What that was all about. Freeing you. Prison you in many ways, because now you have no way to make a live anything. So you end up in chain gang, all that stuff. Understand it? So now you come to another evolution. Revolution. Where they got, see, we were the original Negro butts. We were the Negro butts. But now you got robots. Okay. So they don't need you anymore. It's still out of order here. So I can make point I wanted to make it, but they don't need you anymore. What are we going to do with you? So you go back when in the so-called Civil War, they didn't do anything. They didn't get any money. They didn't get a 40 acre they didn't get nothing. They threw you in a ditch. You had to fake fire your way out of it. You had nothing. You couldn't read. You couldn't write. You had nothing. So they threw you, ooh, boom. That was it for you. If they gave you that. You understand, brothers and sisters? You get 40 acres, you didn't get anything. You got to incarcerate prison because you're lawyers, because you have a place to stay, right? Do your family because you can't feed them. Some end up going back, sharecroppers going back in. Can I stay back in and work for you? So now you come to our age, and they don't need you at all. What are they going to do with you? And stuff that. So let's do this truly. I said, what will they do with you? What will they do with you? It's not, we're not getting checks anymore. We won't get any checks anymore. Let them have a fair, welfare will say farewell. So you got this. So you got a choice here. I'm not saying, that you make some choice. But you can become, you're already a Negro butt, become a robot, or just be wiped out. Then you're totally in servitude to them. Right? Put some electrodes in you and everything else. And so, and I'm going to show you some slides in a minute. Show how dangerous that is. Because what happens is they'll turn you into a cyborg, which is basically a robot with a human brain, and then they control your electrodes, and you be a slave, you be a slave forever. More brothers and sisters. See here? Somebody's moving, right? Yeah, robots do all these things. So you ask yourself, what are they going to do with you? Because all the jobs that you work on right now, they already got robots to replace it. They haven't done it because they're worried about you. What you gonna do? That's why it's setting everything up. What is you gonna do? You're gonna have to fight. You're gonna have to riot because you don't have any jobs. They're gonna send you a check. This is a Beto O'Rourke, his name was from Texas. He was running for president. So we're asking that question. What about jobs for people? We just gonna send them checks. You believe that? You're not working anywhere. The AI's running everything, and they're just gonna send you checks in the mail. They don't need. They move to new age. They don't need anymore. So you gotta ask yourself, what they're gonna do with you? Because you're not in control. They're in control. They make the laws. They decide what's happening. What will happen to you? What does this mean? Happen to us. They don't need us anymore. They don't need your Burger King. Have you been to Walmart lately? How many people on the checkout lines? They don't need you anymore. What's over here? They got better, some bad. This. I couldn't find the really good ones. I'm gonna show you a couple in a minute though. Keep that in mind, brothers and sisters. Oh, you brothers and sisters, see this? Can you see this? I told us about it the other day. They didn't believe me, so I found the picture. Can you see in here inside? Her belly's a baby. We didn't put that baby in there? No. You heard test tube baby? With test tube baby, they take a sperm and an egg and put it together in a certain chemical mix, right? It's favorable. That's probably mimics the womb. And they probably been by American law to do this, but I know they do it in the background. They do it with animals, they clone them. That's how they clone them. That's one way of doing it. Because, yeah, and they keep the temperature, everything right, make sure the nutrients, everything there, the embryo develops. That's what they call a test tube baby. Look up a test tube baby. So in this case here, instead of being out in the test tube is in the stomach. So they can get an egg from a woman, put it there, and get sperm, donor sperm, put it in there, and then produce the baby. They don't need the females anymore. They got the eggs, but they put enough eggs away. They don't need the male anymore either. Because when you take into what do you call those things? I forget what they call it when you have a baby that way. A donor, they get the sperm from one, egg from another. They find another person that will do it, right? I forget what they call it. They do it with a robot. They get more advanced all the time. Remember they went from radio to TV, heartbeat. Went from black and white TV to color, heartbeat. This is moving so fast. They got robots and things. Because remember, use the original robot. Use the Negro butt. Use the original robot. It's something that you program, you tell you do what they tell you to do. Doesn't think on his own. That's what we've been like that for 20 years. They're called Negro butts. But now they got a robot. They don't need you anymore. That's going to make you a cyborg. See? Because then you have a human brain, but you got a mechanical body, which they control. So you was a slave before. You think Holocaust was bad? They had control of you. Then they had total control of you. Your bowel moves, everything. They put electrodes in there. They press a button, make you feel good, make you feel bad. Make you see what they wanted you to see. If you understand time differential, that kind of stuff. I'm not going into all that kind of stuff. But they can do this now. And Biden let slip. And they also got to the point where they can actually, because you got mechanical arms, but now they can actually, they're done so good now you can actually feel touch. Why would they do that? Cyborgs. Put your brain in a mechanical body. But they control totally. So now you alive, you aware, but you have no control. They control you totally 100%. And if you take and do anything, act up, they press a button and now you go into shock. Oh, you ain't gonna you ain't gonna F around with them. You thought you were a slave before, they keep you alive long as they want to, and just you do exactly what they tell you. You won't do anything else. You always just do what they tell you all the time. They say, when I sleep, maybe you don't have to. Maybe they can fix it. They don't have to sleep at all. They got some of this already in place. I'm trying to get you to understand because you watch NFL, NBA, all this kind of bullshit instead of paying attention to what's going on around you. There's people like FARRAKHAN, people that have no vision. They're not talking about any of this stuff. And it's right in front of your face. But you got to ask yourself, it's just like when the Industrial Revolution came, did anybody ask themselves, what does that mean? We don't need slaves anymore. What are we going to do with them? That was the question. Because one of the things where you heard Liberia, they was going to send a lot of slaves back there to Liberia. They are going now because they try to go back there with their American names and American flag, American money, and the Africans got rid of their ass. So you go to Liberia now. All those slaves are gone, but they sent some thousands of them over there trying to figure out how to get rid of them. They starved many of your deaths, right, in concentration camps. Then you had chain gangs. Because they ain't need anymore. What happened? Going to get rid of you? Because you were in their control. See, so let's move on. I'm going to play this, brothers.
A popular YouTuber named FARRAKHAN decided to conduct an unusual experiment, showing how he interacted with one of the most advanced humanoid robots, Neo, from the Norwegian company 1X, over the course of 48 hours. During the experiment, the robot assisted with household tasks such as cooking, cleaning, and even interacting with other smart home devices. It's important to note that the interaction with this robot feels more like natural communication rather than giving commands, opening new possibilities for how robots can be integrated into daily life. These robots are capable of analyzing their surroundings, making decisions based on the information they receive, and adjusting their actions accordingly. This makes them useful for tasks, but also for more precise jobs, such as assisting the elderly or people with disabilities. Recently, the Japanese company A-Lab introduced a female humanoid robot named Anne. Android Anne is capable of displaying realistic gestures and facial expressions, making her almost indistinguishable from a human. Although the robot is not yet equipped with speech functionality, her expressive movements and facial expressions allow her to interact effectively with audiences without words. Anne was introduced as a host on Japan Leisure Channel, showcasing the future potential of robotics in the media and entertainment industry. Future plans include equipping Anne with more advanced features, such as speech recognition and enhanced AI capabilities, allowing her to communicate more fully with people and deepen interactions with her surroundings. Engineer and YouTuber David Brownie created a unique robotic doll named Hannah, which has attracted attention for its unusual design and realistic animation. Hannah is an interactive project that combines elements of animation, robotics, and puppetry. She is a hybrid between a doll and a robot that features realistic facial expressions and movements. With her bright blue hair and expressive eyes, Hannah resembles a character from an animated film. The doll is equipped with various sensors and servo motors that allow her to move her eyes, open her mouth, turn her head, and mimic other human facial expressions. Hannah's appearance was created using modern 3D printing technologies and hand assembly, while her brain is a complex combination of microcontrollers and software that enables her to respond to commands and interact with her environment. Clio is one of the most advanced humanoid robots created by the British company Engineered Arts, known for its highly realistic robots and other inventions. Clio is part of the Mesmer series, which stands out for its high degree of human-like resemblance in both movements and facial expressions. Clio's main feature is the incredible realism of its movements. The robot's neck is equipped with a spine, allowing it to turn and bend naturally. Clio is also fitted with advanced sensors, including cameras, microphones, and depth sensors, making it able to analyze its surroundings and interact with the environment in real time. It can communicate with people, recognize their speech and facial expressions. Clio is powered by silent motors that control the robot's speed, acceleration, and position, ensuring smooth and precise movements. The Japanese company RT Corporation recently unveiled its humanoid robot named Foodly, which was developed for the food industry. Foodly is designed to automate the process of preparing and packaging meals. The robot was created in response to the growing labor shortage in Japan, particularly in the food sector, which is in dire need of automation. Foodly stands about 130 to 150 centimeters tall and is equipped with artificial intelligence and a camera on its head, allowing it to recognize and process ingredients of various shapes. Its main function is to assemble meals on the production line, working alongside humans. It uses object recognition technology to carefully place ingredients into meal containers and avoids mistakes when handling irregular items such as fried chicken or rice balls. Foodly's productivity on the line can reach from 700 to 800 meals per hour, making it an invaluable assistant in the modern food industry. One of the leading companies in the development of future prosthetics is Open Bionics Company. The most modern prosthetics are created using technologies such as 3D printing and artificial intelligence, allowing for customized solutions tailored to individual users. The company utilizes 3D printing to create affordable and functional prosthetics, along with AI technologies. For example, their Hero Arm prosthetics are designed for comfort and functionality, enabling users to perform complex tasks like gripping and moving objects. A major advantage of modern prosthetics is that they can be controlled through neuro interfaces which directly connect to the brain, transmitting signals from the nervous system to the bionic limb. This is particularly important because such technologies can allow users to feel and control the prosthesis as if it were a natural part of their body. P&D Botics Company has also impressed robotics enthusiasts by unveiling their humanoid robot Adam, which showcases remarkable adaptability to various tasks. This 1.6 meter tall, 60 kilogram robot is equipped with 25 degrees of freedom, allowing it to replicate human movements with exceptional precision. Adam features powerful actuators capable of withstanding up to 340 Newton-meters of torque, providing stability, maneuverability, and the ability to traverse challenging terrains, including running and walking. Adam is also equipped with an advanced real-time motion control system, enabling it to learn using neural networks. The robot can withstand impacts thanks to its sturdy construction and use of high-strength materials. It can also adapt to different environments through sensor and camera modules that can be added to enhance accuracy.
Now, if you've been paying attention to that, yeah, so what do you need you for? And what I showed you, they're more advanced than I'm showing you, even if it's on that level. Don't need your Burger King anymore. Don't need Popeyes anymore. All the kind of jobs most black folks have. You know, I got relatives, right? That was that Pep Boy stuff, you know, fix cars and all that kind of stuff, you know. I told him, I said, get out of that. So that stuff, not working anymore. Get rid of them, don't need them. So I tell him, get out of that. If you got anything to learn how to program these things, anything, get out of there. And I told them, they wouldn't listen to me, and now they're not working in that field at all, period. You don't need them. And, you know, in China, they got a whole different way of doing things. Right? They first had driverless cars over there, because the way I understand it, they have cars just sitting everywhere. Right? So you don't need to buy. You don't need to have a car, because you come out of the movie or whatever, and you got an app on your phone, and then you want and it lights up one of the cars in the area, so you know that's available. Get in it. It's driverless. And you tell where I want to go and take you there, boom. And Uber's supposed to be coming out with that here. Don't need you anymore. Most of the jobs that blacks have, even programming. Now that I made my living for AI for years. Made a lot of money doing it. It's a long story altogether, right? Had my own business. Right? And now, a lot of that, they're still calling me to do things. I know I'm working on this now. I'm focused on what I'm doing here, but I can share my emails. I get all the time. Because some of it, they can't. We'll put it this way. Facebook was just left 10,000 employees or whatever, and all of them going to left because they don't need people. And a lot of those doing programming. The point is, AI can program itself now. So they need programming to that. And I even knew when I was doing this, I mean, all the people that was doing this in the business that made sense knew that we was actually putting out somebody's business because we was writing code to teach the computer how to write code. So once they learn how to write code, they need you no more. That's what's going on. They can write code themselves. So they don't need you anymore. Forget about the fact they got all these Indians over here doing that. The point is, they don't need them anymore either. They can send them back home. Where you going? Send them back home, but where you going? And the only problem is, they have this technology right now. You been to Walmart lately? Where they got these things with Amazon or whatever, where you go in, there's no one in it at all. These shops where they call them, you go in there, you just come with your car, no one's in there. You call on the phone now. You really gotta have a damn stroke to talk to a live person. It's a new age. Don't need you anymore, manual labor anymore. The operating machines and stuff don't need you anymore. So what are they going to do with you? Now, what have they done with you in the past? Where's their past? See, most of you don't understand your past. Well, how have they been doing with you in the past? So they're going to be nice to you. You know, they asked that guy Obey the walk, whatever it was, the guy that ran for president in Texas. Somebody asked him that on news. Somebody asked him, a news reporter. What about automated with a job? See, he came out and said, "Oh, don't worry, we just gonna send checks." You believe that shit? Oh wait, you don't have no job. They're just gonna send you checks in the mail, and you gonna stay back and play on your computer. You can pay your rent, everything with checks. You think that's gonna happen like that? Think the government's gonna do that? Remember, they get that in so they stop spending money. So if they gonna keep giving you money, they might as well put you back in Walmart again. Might put you back in there. They don't see no that check. They gonna check your ass out. That's what the Quran says. I mean, I check you out, not check you out. Like, boom. And the scriptures tell you exactly what they plan on doing, and how come FARRAKHAN is not telling you? Why is he not talking about it? Why is no one talking about it? See, they got you to confuse, saying, "Oh, that's false Israel talking about." No, they talking about you. Don't need you anymore. Even if they wasn't talking about false Israel. Still, no, the problem is, still kind of the same problem. What are they going to do with you? Now, it says you have to flee. That means you can't go in your house, get your baby, anything. That means the trap is already set. The trap is already set. All you got to do is, you're already in it. It's like, they call it thing of bouncing Betsies when I was in Vietnam, right? And your mines. See, the Vietnamese, they learned it from the Americans. That's another story. They take like a can of soda, right? They fill it with an explosive, they put a spring on it, right? And a fuse. But, so, you put it on the ground. So you step on it, right away you hear click. See? And if you took your foot off of it, then the spring shoot up in the air about 6 feet, and they explode. But if you put on it, then you gotta stay there forever because there's no way you could get it. And they knew when they was walking through and somebody heard a click, everybody knew that person was dead. There was no way to save them. Everybody scattered. Why? Because the thing went up 6 feet. The reason why it went 6 feet, so it had a big blast area. So it gets anybody within the next 10 to 20 feet away, kills everybody. That's why I go up 6 feet. Because bouncing Bessie. So he took his foot off. And so the soldiers, they were just hoping he would just sacrifice himself. Because he get pissed off and say, man, I'm going to take everybody with me. You just take the foot off immediately and everybody goes. They're hoping this guy, man, if I stepped on that damn thing, man, and these devils done set me over there in Vietnam and I ain't got a Benz over there and they done that, hell yeah, I step on it, we all going together. Going together. I ain't going to let my, you should actually remember to begin with. Called bouncing Bessie. And that's what you are right now. You already stepped on it. You're already in a trap. Wipe all you out. So you just said nobody can survive it. No, nobody will survive it. But you got a God on the scene that's got a way to get you out if you want to get out. So that was a little dramatic because it ain't that bad when you step on it. You can't. That's how close it is. That's why I say you got to flee. I mean, if you're the Flash, man, you step on it and you can run away at 1,000,000 miles an hour, then yeah, by the time it blasts, you're gone if you can move that fast. Otherwise, you're just gone. It says you're in a trap. It says it'll come to you as a snare. You're in it right now. The point is, no one's talking about it. Me, I'm telling you. You don't have to take my word for it. Just use your head and say, what will happen to us? Or you think the Black Caucus will save you? They won't get rid of them too. They don't need them. What's their history? They're showing you. They're doing a test case right now. Just out over there and see how it plays. See how people react to it. The whole world. And America's still doing it. Military test everything. That's a test case. That's why they're pushing it. Test case. Remember, they got to test everything. Testing it. They got the deportation place, but I said they don't need them anymore. They put you in it. Round you up. Then they got the military to round your ass up. They come in and get you. That's against the Constitution. They can't use American military, American citizens on American soil, but now they can do it. You can't add up. Why is they doing all this? And they're using the immigrants as the test dummies. And the guys as test dummies. See how? Make sure it works. So you think they're doing it on them. But they don't need the detention things no more. That's why they're still building them. And why they also activate the military on American citizens. Remember, on American citizens. Why are they doing American citizens? These people are not citizens. They're citizens. I can get them. So why do you need a law to get American citizens? It's you, not them. And you're paying attention? Go check it out. He got it passed where he can actually use the military on American citizens. That's not the illegals. That's you. And can deport you out of the country. So in other words, if you're a prisoner already, they ain't got to kill you. Just take you and put you out there in El Salvador, and that's yours. You never come back here no more. That's you. And the rest out here, all they got to do is get you upset. What? No more jobs. You'll get upset. You're gonna riot. Military come in and kill your ass, put you in detention centers, and wipe you out. They don't need them anymore. So why? It's for American citizens, not immigrants. Putting out in those prisons in El Salvador is for American citizens. They put American citizens over there. Who the American citizens think they're going to do this to? And nobody's telling you this. Nobody's saying anything about it. Just use your head a little bit. The trap is already set. And the news media, you got open genocide that everybody in the world talking about except the media here. So, hey, what's happening to this nigga? Nobody's saying nothing. Ain't nothing happening over here. The media's saying nothing. The media's quiet about it. You got to go on the internet and everything, and you see how people starving. Then you got, man, ain't no starving over here. They see the kids' bones. We got pictures of them. So the media's quiet. They're all on board with it. To get rid of your dumb ass. Because you listen to FARRAKHAN, he's part of it. I keep telling you, you understand what a demon is? Wolves in sheep clothing. He's got the nature of a wolf, but he looks like a sheep. His father's the devil. He's on board with it. And what that fool don't know that once they get rid of us, they're going to get rid of them too. They don't want them either, but they use them to get rid of us. Let's look at a couple of things, brothers and sisters. See right here? Now he said, we're not going nowhere. Did you know hypertension is the highest in the black community? You know why? Because we shouldn't be here. It's against our nature. So we're scared, we're going along with it, but it's because hypertension is most prevalent among non-Hispanic black adults. That means you, niggas. And we're dying from hypertension because it's against your nature. You got to go, you high blood pressure to live here, but you're trying to keep quiet because you're scared. They say you're scared mass gonna get you, but he's getting you. Like that, talk about that zebra. The lion's eating his ass, and then he raised his head, and the lion, that's what's happening right there. Highest, but I got high blood pressure. I said, you know, I was thinking about so many things, right? I wasn't paying too much attention to that. And, you know, he got me going to the doctor, say, well, you got this issue, whatever. And then, you know, somebody had to go see his doctor. I go to his doctor. And it's an Indian guy. He kept telling me, well, it's genes. That was his way of saying it was niggas, but he never, he gets it at first, right? He said, well, you know, it could be genes. So, you know, he's Indian, right? So I don't know if he was trying to tell me in his way or whatever. But he's just saying black folks. It took me a while after I got away. I said, oh, he's trying to tell me it's black folks the problem, being black. They said some people, because I'm saying, you know, I'm going to the gym 3 or 4 hours at the gym every day, right? Eating 1 meal a day, sometimes fast 2 or 3 days a week, right? Make my slot, all that stuff, man. I'm something mellow. I'm calm, right? You know, I'm not, you know, I'm not. You could be depressed. I'm not depressed, any of that stuff. So why I got high blood pressure? I said, what's it, genes? The genes. I'm saying, well, yeah, okay. I'm thinking, you know, just stuff maybe family hit me after I go up there. Oh, he tried to tell me black folk. Now I looked it up. And that's exactly what it says right here. That's what he's trying to tell me. But I guess that's where he wanted to do it. I don't know. The bottom line is, because we shouldn't be here. Why so FARRAKHAN tell me to stay here? He don't know about this? If I got high blood pressure, I mean, and I'm doing all the right things. So we should think somebody eating 3 meals a day, and eating all kinds of bullshit, and smoking and drinking and all this. Their blood pressure be off the charts. My blood pressure's high. I'm doing all the right things. More than most. I'm 76 years old, and see what I'm saying? We shouldn't be here. As long as we run these devils, we under a lot of stress we don't even realize. Our blood pressure's up. It tells you right there. In the United States, non-Hispanic black adults, non-Hispanic, have the highest prevalence of high blood pressure, hypertension compared to any other racial group, ethnic group. There is disparity seen across both men and women in this demographic. That tells you it's against our nature here. So why is he FARRAKHAN and say, hey, you need, see? Let me just call other things, brothers and sisters. Say a lot of things to talk about. I'm not going to get through all of that. I see that right now. Oh, okay. I jumped the gun here. Okay. They said something Sunday, right? So this here thing. I'm not going to read this whole thing, right? But it says, well, maybe I'll read some. Thy Lord will raise up a prophet from thee amongst thee, thy brethren like unto me, unto him shall you hearken. Remember, there be some like, so the message of covenant was like Elijah. He prepared a way for the message of covenant. But they don't want to see that because they try to say the message of covenant life is the same one. See, that's where their bullshit said Sunday, when it's clearly not. According to all that thou desires, the Lord thy God, and said you should hearken to this one. In the day of the assembly, saying, let me not hear again the voice of the Lord my God, neither let me see this great fire anymore, that I die not. And the Lord said unto me, they have well spoken that they have, well, anyway, I will raise up them a prophet among their brethren like unto thee, and will put my words in his mouth. We don't put a word in his mouth. So understand who God is or whatever. That's the angel. The angel is the word of God. And that's all the message of covenant. Remember that he's gonna preach his message of covenant. He's preaching the word of God. He's preaching God's message, God's word, the covenant. That's what he's talking about. I put his word in his mouth, he speak unto all I command him. So he's gonna say, speaking it, that's what he's talking about. The angel. I'm gonna leave it there, brothers. And it shall come to pass that whoever shall not hearken to my words and shall speak in my name, I will require it of him. Right? But the prophet which shall presume to speak a word in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, that shall speak in the name of other gods, even that prophet shall die. That's FARRAKHAN. Anyway, I pointed out, brothers and sisters. So, take it, whatever. So, I'm not here to convince you. I'm just here to give information. Okay, cancer. Look at this cancer thing. Cancer rate mortality in Africa are generally lower than in Europe. They won't say it's lower. Europeans get more cancer than anybody on the planet. Maybe China, but raise the black folks, get them off. Because they have weaker structure for one, but second of all, they love these goddamn dogs. See? And they don't want to talk, they can't talk about that because they love them so much. Because if you talk about dogs, they would shoot you. Man, they try to make a law against these dogs, man, these people go crazy. That person wouldn't be he wouldn't be elected. He could be elected ass washer. They love him. Steve Crowd talks about it, they have an abnormal love for him. I keep telling you, they have a different biological system. Your whole immune system is based to keep you protected from this, right? Because this biology is not safe for you. This ecology is not safe for you. That's why you got a system to keep you. That's why you get asthma and other kind of right, other issues, right, other allergies and carrying on, because it's to keep you safe. Because remember, you got all kinds of biological systems here. All of them are different, and so, and they're surrounded by it, but it's affecting the whole atmosphere. So you got lion. I mean, their biology, it's in the air. Birds, plant, like all that stuff is all that. They're biological. So some things that may be good for you, it's bad for them. Some things bad for them, good for you. But still, they have certain germs that good for them is bad for you. But you come in contact with them, and because you have all these different things, you need an immune system to protect you from other biological systems. You understand that? Your immune system protects your biological system from the other biological system because they're different. They have different germs, different bacteria, everything else. Even the plants. That's why you get allergies and all that kind of stuff. And I found out, because I almost died several times from pets. I didn't know I was allergic to them. But the doctor told me when you have a lot of allergies and stuff, it means you got a very powerful immune system that's reacting, trying is avert, trying to let you know that you get to get out of this environment. This environment is hostile to you. That's what he said allergies are. He told me, he said, I thought it was bad news. He said, no, that's good. He said, you got strong, because I'm just allergic to everything. Yeah. Cigarette smoke, you name it. I'm allergic to everything. He said, but yeah, because you got real powerful, and it's letting you know you need to stay away from this stuff. But if you got a weak immune system, you don't know. So this stuff hitting you and you're not able to fight it back. So now it gets inside of you. And it's causing cancer, it's causing ulcers, it's causing all kinds of stuff. because your body wasn't able to protect you from it. Now, the other side of it, you could have a strong, but you could neutralize it because you're sitting around sitting around and abusing it. You weaken it. So now I'm not a doctor. I'm not saying you're a doctor. I'm just telling you. So you can do what you want to do with it. You have a healing process. That's your immune system, right? It kicks in most between meals. Otherwise, your digestive system takes, because remember, your immune system is based on your blood flow. So your blood flow slows down when you digest system. So you want that up and running, but if you eat 3 meals a day, then you slow it down. So that means you're neutralizing your immune system. If you eat 3 meals a day, you pretty much neutralize it. So it's not as strong. If you fast a lot, that means you got your healing period, because your body has to heal more, because you're constantly being bothered by stuff. And your body has to keep healing you from it. But when you go get rid of waste, and you go to the bathroom, most of that, according to what I understand, is dead cells anyway. Because your body's constantly reproducing, changing, it's constantly under attack. The immune system protects you. That's why AIDS was about your immune system is destroyed. And now also you get all these diseases because you don't have an immune system anymore. That's what AIDS is all about. It destroys your immune system itself. So therefore, man, you messed up then. Because now you can die for anything after that, pneumonia, whatever. You understand? So your healing is between meals. So the longer you have between meals, the longer healing cycle is. But if you're eating all the time, then you minimize your immune system. You understand what I'm saying? So the thing is that you bring dogs and cats in your house. Now your body got to work harder because it got to deal with their biological systems that's different from yours. See? So you're weakening it. And that's why Europeans, aside from the fact that they have a weaker immune system to begin with, right? But that even compromises you more. That's why they, more disease than anybody on the planet. Not simply because they have a weaker immune system, but because the other things they be doing, eating 3 meals a day, all the time, bringing animals in the house. That just about finishes off. Because when they came over here to America, so-called America, remember America's the name they gave it. I don't know what the Indians, what they wouldn't call Indians. They call Indians, and that's the name they gave them too. That's what they call them anyway. There wasn't such thing as a common cold. There wasn't any cold. Nobody ever had a cold over here. The Europeans bought it, wiped out millions of the natives because they had no protection from it, because they had immune system hadn't developed immunity. It took a while to develop immunity to it. But actually it's hard but you still catch colds, because the reason why you can't develop a permanent immunity because the germs that cause the cold, right? They keep mutating, so they keep changing. So it's hard. Your immune system can't identify it. You can't get a permanent lock on it. Right? But there's a way to get rid of that, because what you have to do is you have to go in quarantine. Once we get out of here, we're going to quarantine, and right? We're going to isolate that virus. You won't catch colds anymore. In quarantine, right? That's where you do it. They won't do it here because they love these dogs too much. They could get rid of colds, but they have to get rid of dogs too, because dogs is the only animal I know that actually catch colds. That's how they got kissing those dogs. They got commercial now. They got dogs. He's stinking ass sitting on the table, eat on the kitchen table, stand on eat. Oh man! They and by kissing them and sleeping with them and all that kind of stuff. So it passed on. Now just colds, but syphilis, gonorrhea, all that stuff. From animals. I heard shit about what's his name? The guy, Playboy, Hefner. Heard story about him, right? His secretary brought her dog to work. Then she went to lunch and asked him if he washed the dog while she went to lunch. Came back early, he doing the dog. See? So they brought that stuff. They brought that stuff over here, and they never had a cold. So that's why you quarantine, right? Okay. And any group to catch cold, you isolate that group. Once the cold recover, you keep on doing until you see you got a whole group. This whole group of people go a week or two, whatever the frequency is, without a cold. That means the germ is stable, is neutralized, is stable. And you keep on doing that until no one's getting sick. No one's got a cold for at least a month. Then you know that's pretty much all you need. And then just nobody come back over in there, with their bullshit, or bring some dogs in there. Colds in. They could do that, but they can't because they love these dogs too damn much. I used to know. I learned about that. Every time I caught a cold, I used to get mad. I haven't caught a cold about 15 years. I stay away from everybody. I clean everything. I go to the gym. I clean everything. Every time I caught a cold, I hate getting old. I used to be mad. I said, I used to go and kill all the damn dogs. If it wasn't for you and the goddamn dogs, I would be catching this damn cold. Okay? So they get most of the cancers. Cancer, before a week brought us here, cancer was hardly unknown. Yeah. The Bible called it the wasting disease. It says it was like punishment to them. The Bible calls it the wasting disease. It'd be a punishment for you disobeying the law and carrying on. Move on, brothers and sisters. Like I said, so that's your choice. You want to keep that dog in your house? Oh, let me say one thing. A couple of more things on that. How much how stupid this is. Now, when I had a contract in Indiana. And I was sharing an office with this brother, right? He was an employee, but I was a contractor. And he was telling me about his son wasn't doing good and everything. So when he was telling me, see, I almost died 3 times from pneumonia, severe pneumonia, because I was allergic to it. I didn't know it. Then the last time I was 50 years old, when I finally went to the doctor, I was damn near dead. They did a lot of tests, and I then finally researched it. Because my daughter, she wanted some rabbits. He had rabbits in the house. I know, right? That was killing me. I didn't know it, so I got rid of that damn rabbit. So, I mean, I'm hyper allergic, just hyper. Because I remember when we would go out, like we have a contract, we go out to a meeting or something, we want to go out to a lunch meeting. And so I was riding somebody's car, come back, I'm sick as hell. Because they had a dog in the car. That's sensitive. I didn't know that. I didn't know I was, man, you was fine, then you come back, man, you're sick. I was 50 years old, I found out that was the cause. But then this guy, I think his name was Michael or something like that, right? He's telling me, I said, hey man, like he's an allergy or something. Yeah, there's an allergy. I said, well, you got a dog? Yeah, I got a dog. I said, your son is sick, and because of allergy, and it's because of the dog. You still got the dog? Oh yeah, man. My wife, she loves that dog. I said, what? She was my wife too much longer? Are you serious? I'm looking at him. Your son's getting sick, and you know it's the reason because that goddamn dog, and you won't get rid of the dog? Well, we're gonna go to the doctor. They got some shots. Those shots, all they do is cover up the symptoms. But the fact that you can't, you got the allergy is still getting inside of you. Obama did the same thing. His children was allergic to dogs. But he wanted to be a big man like a president, like all other presidents have a fucking dog, right? So he went and had to take the shots so the dogs wouldn't have the symptoms. The symptoms now, that's all it does. It take care of the symptoms. The fact that the damage is still getting in. And then he went and got some dog that cut the hair off and everything. I said, man, what's wrong with these people? Get rid of that goddamn dog. That's it. Anyway, I tried to pass it on. I looked at it, I said, man, I was glad I got away from that fool. I said, this goddamn fool, man. I said, because my wife loved the dog, and you're not children suffering because you got a dog in there? You want to get some shots? Get the dog, put the dog down, and put the children down. Damn. And again, talking about difference between blacks and Caucasians, cancer. So I'm not going to that. And it's just more. Just more about cancer. Okay. Okay, COVID. Now, see, people challenge me on this, and I tell them, I said, okay, just check it out. COVID. And see, Farrakhan, the prophet, 1619 to 2019, 40 years. So after that, the plagues would come. And the purpose of plagues was for us, them to let us go out of here. That was the purpose of it. And they say the exit applies to us, but somehow it don't apply when it comes to this. Because 1619, 2019, and the first plague came right on time, 2020, right on time, and was killing the firstborn. It said the elderly is the firstborn. It was killing the elderly. That's firstborn, aren't they? And it was passing over the original people. But they was telling us we were dropping like flies. The demons were. Skin folk. Farrakhan's people was dying. I was in my 70s at the time. I didn't do any take those shots or any of that stuff. One time I had to wear a mask. You go into Walmart, so you got to wear a mask to get in there. Other than that, that was it. I got a little bug or something. But I didn't. That was COVID or whatever. But it didn't take me down. And I went. And my wife, she didn't take it. I don't know about anybody else. And she did fine. I did fine. People was down all around us. So I said, and the World Trade Center hit it. Because they said we're dropping like flies here, and they hit it. And then, but you can go check it out now. I'm going to show you. Black Africa was not affected by COVID. Virtually not affected at all. If it was affected, probably the demons over there, because very low. Africa was one of the continents that was almost not affected at all. They wasn't doing social distancing, take the shots and none of that stuff. We wear masks, none of that. And so was Haiti. So they actually assassinated the Haitian president or whatever it was because he refused to take that stuff up in there. That's a fact, but they hid it. So how come you didn't see it, Farrakhan? I talked about it back then. How come you didn't see COVID? You said you probably tell us in advance. How can you see that? And then it broke out at the beginning of January, beginning of 1920, around time, beginning of 1920. Go check it out. Right on time. 1619 to 2019, by 2020, right. Well, right on in. And most was killing European and really wreaked havoc in false Israel. Well, they pass over them, right? They be the Passover. They pass over us. That's what the real seed Abraham. I told the demons here that's like Farrakhan follows the devil. They walk around in a mask. See? I'm going to show you in a minute. I'm going to show you the report. So how can they see that? And then February, when so-called Savior's Day, that's 2 months in, right? End of February. All of January, end of February, he mentioned at one time, zero, nothing. Talking about Kobe. I guess he got Kobe mixed up with COVID. Remember Kobe Bryant, what his name was, the basketball player? Whatever. He already talked about was that. He never mentioned anything about COVID. But he said, what, unraveling of a great nation? Okay, what specifics? That was the perfect time to mention COVID. Even though he's 2 months late, still didn't mention it. The first time anything came out of his mouth was 7 months later in July. Prophet. Holy shit. So how can you know this stuff? Abraham covenant is right in effect. Everything about that covenant is exactly like it said it would be. At 40 years, happened right on time. Is that a coincidence? And it was killing the firstborn, the elderly. That's the firstborn, right? Fear has this is you can Google it. How has Africa largely invaded COVID-19 pandemic? Why so few Africans have had hit by so few? Maybe the ones that get hit, demons, because hardly any got it. It wasn't effective. No, they didn't go through none of those social thing. So, and it was the few that was isolated. It says so few Africans have been hit by the cause, right? Compared to the rest of the world. So why was it passing over us? See? So you can read on your own, brothers and sisters. Africa's second most populous plant continent with estimated 7.2% of the world's population, yet it's only accounted for about 5% of the global case of COVID. And only 3% of the deaths. 3% is almost none. Almost none. It wasn't affecting Africa. They didn't tell you that, did they? See, they can't tell you because then you said, well, maybe we ought to see Abraham. There's a plague came, just like I said, but Farrakhan didn't tell you about that, did he? He tell you about plague was coming? No, he won't tell you about that kind of stuff. He's supposed to be a prophet. I told you, the plague would start right after. Right, it was immediate. Almost got me because I knew it was going to come right after, but he came back. Man, it was like clockwork. Because it come in 2020, 1690, it says 1619, 2019, that's 40 years, and then right on time, right 20, right good 2020, popped up, and it was killing the firstborn elderly. It was passed over us. Just like the scripture says. But Father said, we ain't going nowhere. God's word is absolutely 100% true. But they ain't tell you that. He can't tell you that because then you say, well, God said we probably going home from that. The purpose of this plague, remember the purpose of these plagues is to get us out of here going back home. So he can't speak to this even if he know it because he has to say, at the minute, we probably be getting out of here. But he don't want this guy because he's with the slave master. He ain't going home. He's not see Abraham. He's against that covenant because once we go home, we create everything's new, and we get rid of everything else. He get rid of him too. That's his motivation. He don't want us. Remember, he's with them. He's watching over us because he look like us, but he got their nature. So if he missed COVID, then that means that Abraham covenant. But that means we must be. He can't tell us that because he only talk about it. He never talked about the covenant. He talked about Abraham, the vision. He don't talk about the covenant. He only talk about the message of the covenant supposed to come after Elijah. He never mentions any of that. But he said, we're not going anywhere. So they call God a liar. It's right there. If you understood that right there, you'd be have a totally different idea. It was right on time. I mean, how could you miss it? 2020, a plague came in, killing the firstborn and passed over all the black people. That's documented, not conspiracy theory. How come no one's talking about it? Because that'll wake you up. If you wake up, that's their ass. They know it. They're talking about, they're talking about eradicating black folks. That's no, I'm over. I'm not get to all this, folks. But it's getting back to the COVID thing, right? So, and division. Now, watch this, brothers and sisters. I come to send fire on earth, and what will I, if it already be kindled? I have a baptism to be baptized with, and how I am straight until it is accomplished. I suppose ye don't. I suppose ye have come to give peace on earth. No, so I didn't come to. No, suppose ye that came to give. So I didn't come to bring peace. This is Suleiman. This is the Son of Man talking. I didn't come to bring no peace. Right? Says no. I came to bring division. Now I've been talking about this for years, and you can go out there 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago. I made the platform myself before that, right? But I got a book here that I published in 1990. Says the same thing. Talk about this, right? Many years ago, and this tells you what's supposed to look like. Because men said this when he comes. This. Okay, just finish reading. From hence there should be 5 in one house divided against 2. 2 against 3. The father divided against the son against the father, the mother against the daughter against the mother-in-law, the mother-in-law against daughter-in-law, and daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. Now, you got to understand what that means. But you need to understand to break the seals to understand what that means. Now, I explained what this means years ago. Over 30 years ago, actually. If you go out there on YouTube, I think I got stuff on at least 6, 7 years still. This is the last time they platformed me. You can find this. Now look what it says here. You need to understand the enter key. See here? This is the way of structure. This mother is America, father is Britain, right? Daughter is Russia. The son is the EU. The daughter-in-law is the Christian blacks, the demons, the skin folk. I said, because once you understand the angel tells you how to set this key up. Tell who's who on the key. False Israel, Satan. Tell who's on the key. Syria and Iran, they're the two witnesses. If I'm not going that kind of trouble, I'm telling you, I'm saying, because it's talking about the mother and the father, daughter. So it'd be 3 against 2 and 2, so it'd be 5 altogether. Who's the 5? Mother, father, daughter, son, and daughter-in-law. Right? See? Okay. And okay, so the daughter is the daughter of the mother here, the son is the son of the father here, right? And so, and if this is the son, that'd be the daughter-in-law. Okay. So watch what happens here. It says be mother against daughter. Well, I just speak it, I'll show you. It says mother against daughter. That means America against Russia. They'll be against each other. Ain't that what's happening right now? Father against son. Didn't Europe break away from it? Wasn't Britain? And I explained all this. Britain and EU. What didn't they break away from there? Did they go against them? They're not part of EU anymore. They was part of EU. They broke away, right? And now America, mother and father, they together, and now they got it's split right now between them and Europe. Remember all that stuff going? Trump is hitting Europe now. You're gonna put tariffs on them and everything else. Remember, there's enmity brewing, enmity right now growing between. Nobody saw that coming. All of a sudden, Trump, enmity now between Europe and America, and Russia, for that matter. Right? So, this is against this. They split up. Now what's going on over there in Ukraine? America's backing that thing against Russia, right? It says mother against daughter-in-law, and this is about to happen, right? Always, they're going to attack these. This attack is coming. It's going to be within 90 days, right? Let's talk about this part, because this represents the earth. Earth represents this here, this here, not up here. This heaven's up here. If you're talking about heaven, you have to bring this in. But you understand here? That's what it's talking about. This would be against this, and this would be against this. That's the demon war. The locust war. That's coming. This is gonna get more intense. But they're gonna be when it's go against this, right? Against this, then it's going to be against this. That's Armageddon, because they're going to be between Russia and EU, and the EU is going to turn on America. Going to turn on America because why? Because when this war breaks out again, it's going to resume in a few more days. Soon, when it does, it's going to take out false Israel, and it's going to take control of the Middle East. When it does, EU totally dependent on oil in the Middle East. Totally dependent on oil in the Middle East. They can't go off Russia anymore because they broke the pipeline, and now they attack and they're confrontation with Russia. So the only source for oil in Europe is Middle East, and now Iran has total control of oil in the Middle East. They're going to overrun, take control. They're going to break the Sunni nations down. Sunni nations will be broken. It says the holy people will be broken. That's another story. But they're going to take control of the Middle East. And they're going to cut them off all, because remember, they was back in America. They'll cut them off. So now, the only source of oil, now, the people over there, that's why chapter 18, their economy is going to collapse overnight. Totally collapse. So only savior they got, they can't get from America. America can't get them all over there that fast. No, they remember, they're against, there's antagonism against, anyway. Even if it wasn't, America couldn't get oil. It would take weeks, months, to get the kind of oil over there, even if America had it, to keep them going. Because they can't fly it, they got to take it by boat. So they had to make nice with Russia. Russian feed on oil. So now to keep the economy going. So now they're going to be allied of Russia against America. Right? And so now you got Armageddon. I told Armageddon's a European war. So let's walk this thing through, brothers and sisters. See? Let me back this up here. This is where we are right now. There's an antagonism between. Also said that this war would not happen in the Middle East. It's two stages: Armageddon desolation, which has been going on since October 7th, and then the actual conflict between Iran and America and so far Israel would take place after they took down Syria. Can't say I didn't take it. Right there, you gotta look. I said they got to do Syria first, because that's what the fifth seal says. I'm not going to move on until they take down Syria. Yeah, take down Syria, then boom. Go check it. It's out there. It's out there. They said for years. When straight down Syria didn't happen. Okay, no story. So right now, conflict, right? America and Britain and France have control of the Middle East. Iran, Syria's going to come back, right? Now, the conflict, the war's going to resume, and this is what's going to happen. They're going to defeat America and Britain and as far as Israel. Israel going to be on the siege, surrounded by armies. Iran's in charge of the Middle East now. America and Britain's kicked out, or Israel's surrounded, right? And that's when they attack the demons. They attack all blacks. They talk about specifically in this case, right? And also, that's when they get in a fight with Europe, because they got all those bases in Europe. America got a lot of bases in Europe. But now those bases on the attack because EU sided with Russia. So now America has to protect their bases, whatever, and now they got Armageddon going over there. Okay? You're going to see this happening this year. Not next year, this year. Because the war is going to resume pretty soon. The war will resume before the end of September. If you ask me, the war will resume this month. With America, Iran, and false Israel, and Britain. Gog and Magog. That's what Britain and America is. Right? So we resume. Right? They'll kick off Armageddon. Remember Farrakhan? But 3 years ago, Armageddon started. You seen Armageddon? Seen Armageddon? I don't see Armageddon. What happened? Ooh. I did something wrong here? What happened? Oh, maybe hold on. Let me ask you something. What happened here? I messed up something. Hold on. I didn't. What happened here? Hmm. What happened here? That was weird. I'm gonna try again. Something's wrong here. Hold on. Try one more time. Okay, it's okay. I'll leave it like that. Yeah. Yeah. I'll leave it. I'll make a change in process, but okay, bosses, I made a couple changes. I think I messed it up now. Anyway, like I was saying, this is where we are right now. This was about to happen. This war resumes. The Middle East kicked out. That's when Suleiman comes to NOI. They come to him actually. But anyway, they united. Right? Point. See, because he got to tell them about fleeing. This gospel preaching all the world, then the end will come. So they can't flee. They can't flee unless they have to know to flee, know to flee to. So that just ahead of them of this happening. So as they start attacking, okay, all blacks be attacked. Demons and all, they're after all blacks. They didn't take no chances, right? And then falls Israel, surrounded by armies. Then it's taken down. When it's taken down, then we have a clear vision. Because if they're not true to Abraham, remember the whole purpose of false Israel being here is to deceive us to think they're seed Abraham. But if they go down, they couldn't be. That means now we know we are. It's universal. You got Suleiman, he put information out there, right? This guy's preaching all the world. So now people are aware, right? Common vision, come together as a extremely great army. Exceedingly great army, excuse me. So I just left that. So let's move on. Okay, let's see where we are now. Okay, I'll walk through this. I was going to do this part 2, but I'll go ahead for it. We talk about, I try to make it as simple as possible, brother, what's happening right now. We have the message towards us, and we notice, if you check it out, the Earth is on like on its axis, it takes about 25, between 24 and 25 years to make complete turn on its axis. That's basically 4 periods of 6,000 years. That's where 6,000 years come in at. So it's like 4 seasons, not like summer, winter, right? 4 different periods. Right? But similar. I mean, similar not as far as weather's concerned. Well, it's to some extent, right? But just different phases that we go through every 25,000 years. Because energy deprivation, one of the phases we go through is this one, which is the worst part of the energy deprivation period. Innovation, I meant to do it, it's like a U. In your top, you go down to the bottom. That's where we were. We started 6,000 years, and 6,000 years got to the bottom. We was in 1860. We was totally gone. Name gone, everything gone. We was totally out of it. We lost everything. Right? We was the best, right? Because we was the best. In other words, if you got to pay, in other words, if you got a Lamborghini and another person got a Volkswagen Beetle, they cut everybody's pay. Who gonna suffer the most? Guy that got a Lamborghini because now he can't afford it. So he keeps it in the garage. He got a nice car, but he can't do anything with it. He can't afford the gas. The guy that got the Volkswagen Beetle, man, he's all around town doing great. Us. We got a Lamborghini body. So all the energy we're getting, everybody gets the same amount of energy. We got to use it to maintain ourselves. So we have no much energy to rule anything. But they have ruled. That's why Adam was given rule, even though he's wicked, shed blood. So they had it all wrong. They try to say Adam is us. Said dummy don't know what he's talking about. That's why he didn't tell you about. See how they play with scriptures. He says Adam will make men shed blood. He never mentioned that part. So we Adam and Eve, that means we're wicked. We make men shed blood. He said we're righteous. See, they have to twist stuff to forth. Like they're contortionists. They gotta contort themselves to try to make a point. Because if we Adam, that means our nature make men shed blood. So how can we be the righteous? No, they the Adam. Adam rule. Who's been ruling? Europeans, specifically two nations, America and Britain, Gog and Magog. Only two world powers there's been. Anyway, you got this 4th season. So right now it's the worst. So I can compare it to winter and spring. So we just go to the winter. We come to a hard, tough winter, really bad, worst winter ever. But we summer people. Man, we were freezing, we were suffering. We know what to do, man. Shivering. But the devils, man, the winter people, they was having it great, man. It was, audience, throwing snowballs, sledding, right? Ice fishing and ice skating and all that stuff, man. They was having a ball. It was freezing our ass off, man. See? And they made us work hey, man, can you help me, man? I don't know how to fish. Okay, you want to fish, man, you got to do all this. They worked this hard to get anything because we know how to survive in the winter. So they abuse us, right? So they have part in 6,000 years, right? They don't know anything about. If you was born, you didn't know anything about no spring. All you think is winters all the time. So you think it's great. But now spring starts coming in, and what happens? Hey, man, it's starting to get warm, man. You start getting sunburns and stuff, man. What the hell is this, man? Start getting warm. Snow is melting. Remember your ice weapons and stuff is melting? Oh, that's your power, right? Ice is melting. Your house is igloos, right? They start melting. What the hell's going on, man? Then you can't ice skate anymore, man. The ice is melting. What's going on? Global warming. Global warming, man. We got to stop this. See, because they don't know that that's just the nature of things. Because they was born every winter. Now, this is an analogy, but it's a correct analogy. It's correct analogy. So, but the thing is, the spring people, summer people, they start getting energized, man. They ain't cold as they was before, man. They start, moving around a little bit. Maybe get a little exercise, because they was staying in the house, man, freezing, whatever, Now they start. And the winter people noticing that. They know how they've been treating those people. They say, well, they seem to like this, right? But everything they built based on winter, snow and everything. So everything's falling apart. And they said, we got to stop this global warming. We got to figure out how to stop it. And they got some of the people. They locked. They don't know about the winter, spring either. They think it's winter all the time too because they've been brainwashed. Right? They think they born slaves because it's gonna be like that forever. They're gonna be freezing forever, man. They're gonna always be under control of these winter people. So they think that's what it's always gonna be. Somebody come and tell them, no, it's not gonna be like that, man. Hey, brother, hey, man, it gonna be like that. I said, spring. What's spring? We're talking about spring. So they don't want to hear it. They're gonna hold on to this winter people because man, hey man, they feeding us, man. They go out and do the ice fishing and all that stuff. They feed us, man. They let us stay in the igloos, all kind of stuff, man. All we gotta do is do that, kiss their ass. Right? And they like, I ain't mess with that, man. You know some spring coming. I don't know about no damn spring, man. You could get killed. They don't want to hear them. They don't want to hear the person telling them that. But but you can't stop the spring starts rolling on in. Things got melting more problems. Okay? And you see others start a little energized. Say, hey, maybe they're the ones causing this. They must be doing something to causing this global warming. Because who they blaming the global warming on now? The so-called, what they call them, what they call it, what's the term they use? Third world, but non-producing, what they call it? I've got a term they use. This term they use. Industrial. What the hell is the term they use? Economic term. Oh, developing countries. Developing countries. They blame it on them. Because they still using coal, that kind of stuff, see? Think about it. But it's in their favor, they don't know it. So they come to the plan. If we get rid of them, then we gotta win the rest of keep winter going. They're the ones caught in the spring, this global warming. With spring. And spring people don't realize that's for them. This is in their favor. See? And that's what's, in a nutshell, that's what's going on, brothers and sisters. But then they say, well, if we just get rid of all of them, then we'll be okay. That's not going to solve the problem, but that's what they think. That's exactly what's happening in a nutshell. So look at another way, right? Well, let's leave it there. That's exactly what's happening. Well, let me. I don't want to go ahead. Let me go ahead. Now, how you know this makes sense? Now, all the Quran tells you all the energy that's out there used to be here. Earth and heavens were one. The devils even tell you that themselves. They hit a big bang. They say all the whole universe, all the energy out there used to be the size of an atom. They tell you that themselves. That you believe the size of the atom, you sure could believe the size of Earth. Quran says it was the size of Earth, the atmosphere of the Earth. The devil goes, it was just, well, anyway. And then it blew up and now you got all the stuff out there, right? So that means if all the energy was here, this place was extremely hot. I can show you the way it's proved that. But anyway, so it was like a superstar, biggest star ever. Because remember, all those stars are just children of it. So as it spins, then the Earth cools down because less energy, right? So it cools down. So when the universe gets to maximum expansion, the Earth is the coolest it's ever been. What happens? That means that the water start freezing. So now you got two poles. But the water freezes. That means a lot of water is taken out of circulation now, right? Because all that water stuck in the poles now is frozen. It's inactive. That means that the Earth has less water to work with. That means now you got deserts. See how simple it is? You got deserts now because less water, because all the water stuck up there in the poles because the Earth is cooler now. So now you got less water in the Earth. That means it's harder for the Earth to produce because it's drier, it's not as fertile. So now you got to farm to force the Earth to produce. Farm, put fertilizer, all that kind of stuff, force it to produce. Another way to look at it is that you look at one of the deserts. There wasn't deserts all the time because where's oil come from? Look at where oil comes from. Do some research. Oil comes from decayed biological matter. So when a person dies or animals dies or plants dies in the ground, eventually that's what happens. It decays into oil. So you go, where's most oil in the deserts? That means those deserts was a lot of biological life there. There was paradises. There's more life than any place else. For all the build, it means years, all to be down there, because that means it came from life. All these things, if you do research, you see it. So I've got to point out to you, bro. So that's what's happening right now. So right now, global warming is in your favor, because global warming is going to cause the ice caps to melt. They start melting, that means more water. More water means, right, you're going to have more irrigation, and you're going to have less deserts. That means you ain't got to do any farming anymore. Food can go everywhere. So the capitalism won't work anymore. Democracy, all that shit won't work no more. You understand? Because they're playing food, everything, everywhere. See? But the point is that they built most of their season stuff on islands like Hawaii and along the coast like New York and on the West Coast, the East Coast. But when the water rises up, it's going to cover those cities. It's going to destroy them. They're going to be floods. Because now the water level's up. But they built it only when the level was down. It's always going to be like that. But now the water levels rise up, and it's going to cover those buildings. Maybe not the whole thing, but they ain't going to be able to live in them. See what I'm saying? They tell it's global warming, yeah, it's a bad against them, but it's for you. Because when you got more water and everything, right? All that stuff's in the air. How does it get clear? More raw water, more rain. What cleans the air? Cleans the air because you got more water now. Cleans the air. Then it gets hotter, so you have more vegetation. So you say, "Well, it's gonna be you have so much vegetation, everything. Yeah, you're gonna walk around. And it's gonna be hot as hell, but not for you, because now we got all these great trees, vegetation, so much vegetation every place. You can walk around in the shade all the time. You ain't gonna be Move on, brothers and sisters. Hope you understand. See, they got to stay going backwards. That's how you get a new way of thinking properly. Because this was for you. This change for you. The FARRAKHAN tell you, no, stay here. See, if you understand this, you understand where he's coming from. He's coming from where they were coming from. Stay here because they're getting rich off us. How they got rich off us? He got rich off. He's a multimillionaire plus his dumbass son. How do you? And them haven't been saying where they got because they get rich. Same thing. We like a symbiotic. They call it symbiotic relationship. We take and produce gold, biscuits, cornbread, and wine and steak stuff for them, right? And they go to bear from his shit and they give us the shit. Shitlins. That's exactly what it was. They called it back then. They changed to C because they want to still buy it. And Walmart still sell it. Somebody's buying it. And if you ever cooked any, you don't know any white people that eat shitlins. You can't find one white person eat shitlins. Unless they're really black, don't know it. You don't find any black people eat it because they know where it is. My father cooked it before he knew any better. And you go in there, you can't get that shit out of the house once you see shit floating on the water. That's exactly what it is. They gave us the shit, and we kept giving them the symbiotic relationship. And they want to keep that going. Because if we leave, if we take the gold with us that we was producing for them, and then they stuck with their shit. That's why I left Europe. Because all they can do is produce is shit. If they were so great, why they had to take everybody else's stuff? Why did they make all this happen in Europe? Everybody was doing fine. The Dark Ages didn't affect everybody else. It only affect Europe. There wasn't any wars and disease and stuff all over the world. They brought that with them to these countries. They brought war, disease, racism. What Christianity? What's the legacy of Christianity? Genocide, rape, murder, disease, racism, terrorism. That's the legacy of their Christianity. So who are they serving? Who the fuck are they serving? Satan. That's what Jesus told them. Your father's Satan. He said, know them by their works. What's the works of Christianity? What's the works of Christianity for the last 500 years? Disease, murder, rape, terrorists. What have they done to us? That's this. So you're going to tell me, and then it tells us, then you got to walk around the cross, and we, is that what do they call that? What do they call that? Syndrome? Stockholm syndrome? You fall in love with your tormentor? God damn that fucking Jesus they tell us about. They curse us and beat us and torment us in his name. So it ain't Jesus, the real Jesus, it's Satan masquerading. That's like the Bible says. Satan Satan for to make himself look like a angel of light. Whose works were they? Whose works were that? Christians did that. Whose land? They stole his land, didn't they? Well, that's Jesus' works. They did all in the name of Jesus. Come on, brothers and sisters. They're Jesus. And let me say one thing about that. You know, that's bullshit too. They don't translate the word. The book was written, Quran, and the Quran was written in Arabic. The Bible was written in Aramaic, maybe some Arabic too. It wasn't written in Greek. Go check. It wasn't written in Greek like Jehovah's Witnesses try to tell you. Jesus never spoke any Greek. It was written in Aramaic, which is sister language to Arabic. It's like American English, sister language to British English. The only way you can say God is Allah. In both. That's why Jehovah's Witnesses was Greek. So they made up some name because they didn't want to call themselves Allah's witnesses. That wouldn't work with it. And so the point is in there they say Jesus, Joshua. Remember you had Moses, you had God, then you had Moses, then you had Aaron who was a deceiver. He was no damn good. He was just a shitstorm. And then you had Joshua. Joshua was the one that took the people home after he cleaned up all the mess that Aaron had done and got rid of Aaron and all his followers. Joshua is the Messiah that actually delivered the people home. Joshua Messiah. They know how you say Joshua Messiah in Greek? You want me to tell you how you say Joshua Messiah in Greek? Go check it out there, word for it. How you say Joshua Messiah in Greek? Jesus Christ. See? Why did they do that? Keep you blind again. That's how you say Joshua Messiah. In Greek, it's Jesus Christ. Those are Greek words. These people, these are winter people, but not Obama. That's no story. I'm not going there today. See, here we are. Elijah prepared the way for the message of covenant. He supposed to prepare the nation. And that would be the army that the next message of covenant have to get ready for the war, Armageddon. I mean, not Armageddon, apocalypse, and get the hell out of here. But FARRAKHAN deceived them, so now they got to go through tribulation. Because he said he made them a left stop for the enemies. He deceived them, had them work to go to calf. When God turned against them, Moses turned against them. God said, man, said Moses, I said, look at people that turn away from us. They'll turn away from your teachings. They'll turn away from me. It says it right next to us. That's what Aaron did. Because he's one of them. He's a demon. Follows the devil. So he got himself and all his followers killed. He didn't make it to the promised land, so what happened to him? If he didn't make it to the promised land, when Joshua took the people out, then what happened to him? Because he was killed with all his followers, when Moses told all the Levites to go in and kill all the rest of all of Aaron's followers. Because he went to Aaron's camp, that means FARRAKHAN's camp, right? And he separated the Levites out from there, the ones that were seeking the message of the covenant, like they're supposed to. They were standing there because they wait, that's where he's supposed to appear at. He separated them out. And then he said, okay, now you're going to kill the rest of them. Aaron was still there, because they was Aaron's followers, so he got killed too. Got rid of all of them. That's the story. Say Elijah, they died, say Elijah and the message of covenant, same person now. No, he prepared away from the message of covenant, and he prepared away from the nation of Islam. That was the preparation. So when he come, he had time to raise up a nation, they'd be ready for him. But what happened? Who stole it? Who robbed the nation? FARRAKHAN, the robber. And what? He got cursed with a curse, didn't he? I mean, how can that be? He got cursed with cancer. They blew his ass up. Raging pellets. He's shitting and pissing in a bag. That's not a curse, what you call it. He stole the nation. He said he robbed the whole nation. And Thessalonians, it said he was setting Elijah, he said in the temple of God, saying he is God, he calls himself the Christ, right? And he said in the temple of God, who made the said temple? Master Muhammad. Not synagogue, it says temple. Not synagogue, not church, not masjid, not mosque. Temple. Elijah had temples. He said in Elijah's temple, saying he's God. He's sitting there. Who's sitting there? I'm not sitting there. He's sitting there. To see the people. Because when he says, Father, devil, look, he got devil hair. Come on. Move on. Okay, so I don't shorten this process, but the first was knowledge. Now I didn't go into all the stuff about it, how the universe works, and the deprivation, basically. Right? So one day this week, I hope just go into detail about how the universe, everything works. Right? So I just give you the basic. But then we're talking about understanding. Now, the male and the female, they were separated probably 16 trillion years ago. I'm not going into the details. But the male has a little bit of female in them because we got breasts, we don't need them. That means they used to have them. Why we have them? They one time they were functional. Right? But we don't have them because now we separated. So we have a little bit of woman in us, and women have a little bit of man in them. So we can communicate with each other. Otherwise, we can't communicate with each other. But we have two different perspectives, two distinctly different perspectives. The only way we can resolve that is with understanding. Because I'm never going to know what she sees. I'm going to know a little bit, just a little bit, because I got a little bit of her in me. She knows a little bit of me, but I'm never going to see it the way she see it. And she will never see it where I see it. Like I said, me and my wife go walking, some crap come up, I don't go into the details, right? I'm ready to go to war, man. Somebody acting up, bam. She grabbed me, going to school, she got a whole different idea about it. I'm saying, man, hey, man, you're going to make me look like a punk, right? Yeah, but you're going to mess around and make both of us look like in jail. Oh, boy. You see what I'm saying? So I said, okay, all right, let me look at this, try to see both sides of this thing, man. Yeah, you might get in jail, but I don't know, might not, right? And, you're going to think it's a punk, but hey, you can think one thing, whatever. You see what I'm saying? So just move on, and I still think, man, I should whoop his ass. You see what I'm saying? But the point is, she got a whole different way of looking at it, and I got a different way of looking at it. I look for the strength side, I look for the beauty side. See, I'm at the gym. She's at home, man, making herself beautiful. Now, what if she went to the gym all the time and looked like the Hulk? Because you love her beauty, but hell, take time. I mean, wait a minute, back up on that one. Just don't date, you don't have time to make beauty because she's beautiful naturally. Anything she do is just accessories. She don't need them. Don't need them. She comes everything she need. Right? Let me get that straight right away. Right? But she spent time thinking things through and, right? And augmenting her beauty, put it that way. We spend time in the gym. See? While we out there doing this here, she's doing this. The thing we know, man, you got a ring on her finger, got a couple of babies, and you are working hard. Then how does this happen? Go while you was out there bullshit, she was scheming on your ass. And then you locked down 20 years later. Damn, how the hell I get locked up into this? Oh boy, it's beautiful. But the point is that it's two sides to it. Like the Bible Quran says, it's two sides to everything. Everything in pairs. So when we understand, then we're wiser, right? Because now we see we accept something that we couldn't see ourselves. We accept it. Right? So we never see it, but we accept it. But that adds to our understanding. See, because there's a difference between understanding and wisdom and knowledge. That's why Solomon said, "Get knowledge and get wisdom, all that get understanding." So I'm trying to explain the difference between knowledge, wisdom, understanding. So I gave a basic knowledge how the universe works. That's knowledge. I'm talking about wisdom in a minute. And understanding that's a good example of the relationship between male and female. I used to tell my son when they were small, I said, "You're going to talk to these sisters like that, your homeboy. She ain't your homeboy. If you want a homeboy, you can go find. Well, no, don't come here with that." But the point is, she can have a different perspective. And you have to respect her perspective as long as she respects herself and she's she's what's the word I want to use, taking care of business, but I put that away in short. She just jiving everything because she got the perspective. I mean, it's right. Right? So she's taking care of business and pay attention and think things through. She got a totally different perspective than I do. I'm never going to understand how my wife sees things. I don't agree with half of the stuff she says. I don't see it that way. But we get along because I understand and I accept it. Because when I was younger, I didn't accept anything. I don't hear that shit. Stupid. I mean, I wasn't beating her up or nothing. But I had an attitude like that. I don't hear that shit. I didn't want to hear it. She says something, man, she be talking, and she take a whole book to say something when maybe she take 2 sentences. You know how we are. Get to the point. She going around, because she beautifying stuff. She going, get to the point, man. You waste my time, right? That's a stupid attitude I had. I don't have that attitude anymore. Well, sometimes, she catch me with God sometimes, right? But, yeah, so I know because she stopped me though. She weighed about 5 pounds, right? She grabbed me one day, grabbed me. Shut up, listen. Oh, listen. I still don't agree, but I went along. In fact, she was actually right. That made me feel bad. Because it turned out like she said, right? But I still said, why you take this long to tell me that? How come you just get to the point? And they have it doing that. And most men don't like that. But that's what you do. And sometimes, when you get to the point, you leave all the little beauty parts out. You get to the point, give me room. Got a room, man. Got a bed and everything. You happy? But she go in there and put a curtains on and stuff in there. Oh yeah, you get a room, but now it's beautiful. You like it. It's comfortable. Sometimes we took time to do that. But you just want to function, man. I want to go to sleep, man. Get a bed in there, man. It's toilet, fine. Get some work. You know what I'm saying? She's going, hurry, no. Because where the beauty comes from, we don't need that. Where the beauty comes from. Because for us, we live in a damn cave, man. It's functional. We dealing with the functional. She deal with the beauty. And we love the beauty. So we gotta understand, well, we gotta leave the beauty alone if you want it. You beat her down, make her into a man, then she ain't getting no beauty, and then you get mad. Man, that's gonna stop the screeching hoe. Anyway, I'm gonna move along with this, brothers and sisters. That's where understanding comes from. And it's gonna take a while, because we wasn't like that before we got over here. We wasn't like that. Especially 35,000, definitely. But we gotta get back out of it, because this situation, even Adam, remember that's the Europeans. And they was told to do that. Eve was subordinate. Eve was subordinate. She was a helper. Even the Quran says we agree, because remember the Quran, if you understand the intro, right? The sun and the moon, and the Quran was like the lesser light, but they don't want to hear that part. Then when you go and read the new man that's coming along, the one's being coming, it says male and female, so we're going to be free back like we was before, equal. Because their point of view is just as once we buy our minds back, their point of view is just as good as yours. And you won't be so militant back then when we get home. After we take everybody down and get everything under control, you won't be so militant anyway. You're gonna love all that beauty. See, right now, because of the deprivation thing, we have to be more militant. So I can understand why men have to be more dominant, because it required force, required strength. Even though I'm not so totally convinced on that. Because your sisters, man, they're cunning. They might have got the job done that way. But we were the guerrillas. So can't tell us nothing. Anyway, let's move on. Let's do this. Okay, let me see what. Okay. I'm gonna do this, and I think I'm gonna close, bro. I think it's another part later. But I want to talk about the wisdom. Now, I told you our real reality is based on pressure. Period. You understand that? You understand how pressure works. You understand how reality works. I tell you about quality of pressure, quality of energy, quantity of energy. We don't control the quantity. We don't control the quality of quantity universe. We can't do that. Opens and close. Nobody can do anything about that. God, no one, because we're all part of that. That's the nature of the creation. Open and close, like the Quran says. But we control the quality of energy. And wisdom means the ability to control that quality. And one of the primary ways to do it is with resonance. Resonance is a powerful weapon. It's wisdom. Because you got a property in the universe that says greater force overcomes lesser force. Absolutely. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Higher pressure overcomes lower pressure. Lower pressure cannot overcome high pressure. Just can't do it. Reaction, opposite reaction. Higher pressure overcomes lower pressure. So is there any way that you can, how do you deal with that there? Because they would have higher pressure than us during the deprivation for 12,000 years. Because remember, this period is 6,000 years down and 6,000 years back up. 12,000 years altogether. That means we'd be under their control for 12,000 years. In the 6,000, see how much 6,000 years done. Another 6,000 years, man. Woo. We don't go through this for another 6,000 years. So wisdom comes in there. Because how do you defeat the fact they got higher pressure than us? Adam would have more power. That's why Adam was given control. He had higher pressure. I say, explain. I'm not going into all the details. So, he would have that for the whole 12,000 years, because we had to go down and come back out. 12,000 year period, not just 6,000 in. Because at the end of 6,000, the world was where? We was at the lowest. 6,000 in was the lowest. 6,000 years ago, right? Was it? If it was only 6,000 years, then in when 6,000 years old, we was been back up there where we was 6,000 years ago. But no, it was at the bottom. 1860, we was at the bottom. We was at the worst we ever be. Totally wasted. Right? So it means now you got to come back out of it. They said, "What? Damn, we don't went through the roof for another 6,000 years, man." So we got to use wisdom. But instead, you can't overcome high pressure. How can you do that? So I'm going to show you here wisdom when you understand resonance, because resonance, the Quran and the Bible are both mathematical books. And they got a whole chapter about resonance in there called God of Jericho. It's about mathematics. But see, you don't understand these days mathematics. You can't get the mathematics out of it. The whole in it is to give you a lesson on the whole chapter about Jericho is to give you a lesson on resonance. Most you never know what resonance is. And that's mathematics. All is mathematics. Because all it teaches different types of mathematics. All this chapter, when you get into it, teach another form of mathematics. Resonance is one of the most powerful ones, right? Maybe other ones, but this one I'm teaching you about, right? So here you go right here. So what I'm saying is that they're hitting us. Remember, they got to keep us under. To keep some to press something, you got to use energy to keep them under control. So they kept beating us. They had to beat us into condition, right? It took so much energy to do that. So you said, how much energy does it take on a daily basis, right? On a daily basis to keep us under their control, keep us oppressed, terrorized. So I'm just giving some numbers here, right? These are accurate numbers, but they're relative numbers, so you understand the point. So I'm saying, I'm using pounds because that's simple. I'm saying, use 10 pounds of force every day. That's how much it takes to keep us under control. And just remember, these are actual numbers, I'm just relative numbers, so you understand the process. So they got to keep this. That's how much energy they use, how much of their energy they use to do that. So that's why we was told to submit to Adam. Because when you submit, that means you don't retaliate. Every action has an opposite equal reaction. So they hit us, and we don't tolerate. That means they don't get the reaction because we absorbing the reaction. It's there, we absorbed it. So they call that a grace period because they didn't get because as long as we was under their control, they didn't receive any retaliation. They didn't receive any consequence for what they was doing. That's why the Christians call it a grace period. They said under grace because they're not receiving a reaction for a consequence for what they're doing. You understand? See the mathematics there? They say it's a grace period. They think, well, God, Jesus protecting them or whatever. No, but they're hitting us. But the point is, we're absorbing it. That's why I told us submit. Don't retaliate. Understand? Keep that in your mind. Okay, let's move on. So they're hitting us. See, women, they got women strung up. They're beating the hell of us. So, right, and this will be going 40 years. Okay. See here? Everybody gets 1,000 pounds of energy every day. We need 990 pounds because in Lamborghinis, we got a greater structure. So we need a lot of energy to maintain ourselves. The devils only need 100 pounds. So we not almost 10 times more structure than them. So that means if they get 1,000, they got 900 pounds of energy extra to work with. So now they can control. That's why they rule. Because they got energy to rule with. We only got 10 pounds left. We can't rule with anything. 10 pounds is enough made to do some work or something. That's all we got left because all the energy we get, we have to use to maintain ourselves. That's what bad it got to us, right? But our structure is 10 times more power structure than theirs, almost 10 times, because our structure can withstand 990 pounds for us. Their structure only can handle 100 pounds for us. Understand? So, but they're using 10 pounds of theirs. They say, how much of their energy they got to use to control us? Oh, they can use that. They need to use 10 pounds of energy every day, keep us in submission. Right? Okay, let's look at that. See, hit us, man. Just follow this thing through. See how we're absorbing it there? See, it's 20. We're taking it in. We're not retaliating. Every time they hit us, we just submit, tell us submit. Submit that. Now, look, we got 40 pounds of force that we're storing in. All the hell they put on the hard cost. It's building up, right? They're beating our ass. Now it's up to 50. Oh man, they really kicking. We saw him. Smith, don't retaliate. The point. It's time of grace for them. But tell us, right? Smith to Adam, don't retaliate. Keep that don't consequences down. Just don't retaliate. See, because they can't explain. They try to explain it Sunday. But Adam, I'm telling you the math of it. Why I was told to do that. They keep on hitting us, man. Now we're up to 70 pounds. All that. Remember they beat us down and took our names, everything, and did all that stuff to us, man. We ain't fighting back. But they hitting us going somewhere, so we saw it. We're taking it. We ain't fighting back. That means it's still in us. All this, right? Keep hitting us, man. Then you got FARRAKHAN. He comes. They say, oh, they about took how much they can take. They about to retaliate. No, forgive them. Be nice to them. We can't do them. They don't know us. See, that's here. That's like a safety measure to make sure they don't retaliate. See, because they figured out now if they retaliate, we're in trouble. Remember, at that point, we got 100 pounds of pork. They got only 100 pounds. We got 120 pounds stored up before us. They can only handle 100, so we got more than them. But you got to put him in there and say, if they retaliate now, man, we're done. So tell them, don't retaliate. We're gonna be good friends. They're our brothers, right? We're gonna stay in America. We're gonna defend America. You see the point? That's his point. To keep you from retaliating, because now you got enough force to destroy them. But he's got to keep on saying, "Oh no, don't." He's blocking it. Convince you don't retaliate. Don't retaliate. Because now you know about Abraham. Well, you don't retaliate because Elijah's been here. See, now you starting to come in the army, so hey, you got to neutralize that. See, because if you stay in the army like that, you say at this point, see after Elijah put the army together, it was hard for the army not to retaliate because they would say, man, well, they ain't taking no shit. You know what I'm saying? So FARRAKHAN get in there, neutralize that, man. That's the FBI said neutralize that because they can't let them come together. That's what he's doing. Stop keeping you, because he telling you work with America, don't attack America, stick with it. You see what I'm saying? That's his point. It's up to 190 now, almost twice as much as they can handle. And boom, it's up to 200. Bam, Son of Man comes. Go away FARRAKHAN. Now they can retaliate. He ain't did the book. And boom. Then hit America. 200, twice as much. Do them double. Twice as much they can withstand. They can only withstand 100. You do 200. Destroy them. You understand the process there, brothers and sisters? See, it has all the things up. FARRAKHAN's idea to keep you from retaliating. If you retaliate, you're in trouble. Keep you from organizing. Keep your army dispersed. Got all these clowns out there. Everybody, I'm the man. I'm the sort of man. I'm this, I'm that. Ain't shit. And they're going to pay a price for it, too. Because they're part of this. And so he got 200 pounds. Now, that's what he come his resonance. He's got to break. Remember, his whole point, that's why I said his whole focus had to go to the demons first. Resonance, good enough. Take him out. He's not blocking it anymore. Bam. To release all that force on them to double. That's revenge. They have vengeance. Now you return the favor. Make sense, brothers and sisters? Hope so. And move on. I think I'm going to close out here. Yeah, I'll pick up on this tomorrow. I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. So let me do something here. Hold on a second. 1 second, bro. Says no. I'll say this. I'm brothers and sisters.
How's we gonna make it? Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
That do it back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, watching to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves, bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You and I, turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel acting such? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you are free. Remember that.
make it. Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. What the heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Put it back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, wanting to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will, you are now turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel acting such? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you are free. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Veteran of Covenant. Okay, brothers and sisters, it's been a year now, and We're finally home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Finally home after 40 years. Right? And so we've been here a year now. And there was an agreement made. A former slave master, he said, we had a choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. And half the original people decided they wanted to give up their inheritance and traded for a place in America in reconciliation with their former slave master. That's their choice. They chose, said, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go where there's sand and all that stuff. We want to stay here in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with our slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we're getting reports of how things are going over there. And it doesn't sound too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given, they got 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. Yeah, they got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told them. They was listening to Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised them, they stay there, 6 states, right? Had their own land. And they can make reconciliation with the former slave master. They're not devils. They're not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, they were just, did some things wrong, but now they're gonna make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody stayed $1 million. Okay? Say, thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. Man, you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. They're thanking you. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? And this was a year ago. They got the 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. And they're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. Hey, we came here. We made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago when we left. Okay, so we're in Arabia. They're still back there in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. Right? And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, it says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And it's just those 6 states. Right? So, and now they had a big and massive, they came asking to turn the power. Well, why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling you about 6 states, he never prepared you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So now he's begging, man, master, can you come and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told them 6 states to promise him that he would have prepared them for it, right? Their schools and education, whatever they needed for that. But I guess they didn't, because they said over there now they're begging the former master to come and turn the power back on. And then what? I mean, this is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these imports in now. A year later, it's like they're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? Then say, oops, crop failure. All of a sudden, there's no. They say they looked at the farmers when they done the farmers said, oh. So then they had master, what's happening here? How come you know? Right? Our crop. They found that the land they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's growing. Crop failure. And now they Master, what's happening here? Right? And then, I mean, all these things, every hour that's coming in, right? And then they look, and they had, a year ago, they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? And now, they look there now, and all the food's gone. It's gone. She said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So he said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't produce your own food? I mean, you want your own country. You got your own states. That's your country. Now you run it. What are you calling us for? Right? And so they've been praying. And then, oops, no fuel. There's Master, no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money, right? You got your own states. So you got to get your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. And you got your reparations, so we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore, so what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of your inheritance, what you call the Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. Your brothers and sisters, they left. They took that was offered to them. They took it, and you said no. I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on, Master? Wait a minute, hold on. That's you. What you calling us for? That's yours. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. I mean, wow, this stuff was coming every hour, man. Instead of like a year, they was celebrating. And now they crying and begging the Master, hey, look at all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's yours. Where you come about your problems? You have to work those out. Right? No transportation, I mean, no planes, nowhere. We don't have to fly the planes and to drive the trucks and the boats and stuff and to go and get this stuff. Well, what you done that for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and get to train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you calling for? Yeah, Master, we see this. You said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was your reparations. So then if you didn't pay people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel, the gas station's empty. I can't drive, eh? And no gas. Man, wow. All this stuff happened like for a year. They thought that everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So I guess what happened? Everything was there when they got it, and then it ran out. They had to, for them to replace the fuel, to get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. I mean, warehouses full. Then you had to keep they thought that was just going to, I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. See? And they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They ain't, you know, business, they didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan, he told you he's going to get this for you, but he didn't prepare you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So now he asked the master, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you wanted reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, call on your brothers over there. They left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? See? You don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, you know, because, I mean, if you're going to set reparation, you should be preparing for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparation, you should be preparing for it. If he thought, if he said, God said that's where he's going to get you, so if God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, to only build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states and the reparations, but apparently you didn't. And so now, he tells you, look, hold it. We want total separation. I mean, look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You want your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, $1 million, all this stuff, right? And so now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. That's all economics. So they go and tell it. They tell all the people, and you know, all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, now all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. You had to be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You just said one or the other. So all the black folks are there, and ain't no integration, that kind of stuff, right? Black folks are there, one or the other, so they're there. So he said, okay, right? So they just say, we're going to take that money because we don't know what y'all doing over there. You have your own money, you have your own wealth. So what they do is they tell all the white folks, say, protect your money, right? Transfer your money into gold. Transfer all your dollars into gold. Right? Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million a piece. So everybody got $1 million a piece, right? And so they transfer it to gold. And then what happens is that what they do is they start just printing money. White folks just start printing money. You understand what that means? That's inflation, right? Because if you got $1 million of gold, a million ounces of gold, say $1 million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounce, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? If you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates, each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. You know, if you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold, right? But if you take and print, you say you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates, each one. But say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now, because you got to connect that to the gold. Well, you print 4 times, then each one is worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they worth, because those certificates has to equal what the gold is. You understand? So the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, there's less gold. You understand? So if $1 is worth 1 ounce of gold, which that's right, then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's what printing money without increasing their wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. But see, that doesn't affect their people. They told to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. It still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You had $1 million, now your $1 million worth of $5. That's all it's worth. Maybe $1. Hardly worth anything. Hey, that's our money. You gotta have your money, you control your wealth. You can't keep coming at us what you're doing. And you think they wouldn't do that? Yeah, you've been a Gaza lately? You see what happened to the trees they made with the so-called natives? Kept telling me he had a forked tongue because they kept making trees with them, then they broke the trees. And took their land and genocide and everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you burn it up, throw it away, it's worth nothing. The people still got gold. And even if they take it, hold on to money, hope to increase again, they just use another different certificate, use another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. That $1 million you had, you was so happy with now, it's probably worth maybe $1. So you can't buy anything with $1. Plus the economy's crap because everything is failing, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't know how to build communications. You don't know how to do any of this stuff. You don't know how to engineer, build a house. You don't know how to do anything because FARRAKHAN didn't. Right? He didn't prepare you. He told you he'll give you 6 days. He told you, listen to me, right? So now you're broke, and your economy is gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything, right? It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You saw your inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you want to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. That's what you chose. You stay there. They closed the border, so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, into what you call your land now? Swaziland or something? FARRAKHAN. Maybe call it travel land. FARRAKHAN. They met the FARRAKHAN. Right? So they close the borders, you can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else, your money's worthless. Oh God, come back, Master, I come back work for you, I work for Popeyes, I do anything you want. No, remember, the blacks, either they over in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, any places, just in that land that you 6 states. And now you're starving, you ain't got your money's worthless, nothing works, and they close the border. Right? And then you see Master, you on the phone, you talking to the guy that you kept treating, help you. Hey, we finally got rid of them niggas. Finally got rid of them. See, on the phone. Yeah, it worked. We sold them no reparations. We sold them that used car. They turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. See? They could have had a BMW. They could have had a Lamborghini. They sold that for a BMW that looked good. Damn thing didn't work. And now they're starving, living in tents. Praying. And so what? Then what next? What we gonna do, FARRAKHAN? What we gonna do, FARRAKHAN? You told us to take reparations, so we did. But they gave us everything that we asked for. What we gonna do, FARRAKHAN? What we gonna do? Pray. That's his answer. Pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, he had a big picture. We leaving, and blacks staying on the shore, the ones stay behind, and they was whooping their ass. Right? Because they thought you think they want to give you some land and take care of you? You think they want to do that? And go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million? How much that is? If it's 17 million, that's 17 million times 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that there. Then they're gonna do all that for you. They want to get rid of you. So now they have succeeded. Because they closed the border. What you gonna do? You gonna fight to come out? They closed the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. One group's out of here, another group that's here. They're gone, and our hands are clean. We gave them what they wanted. Well, anything. Okay. God honors contracts. Remember, he honored the contract with Jacob. Esau sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob, which was Esau's inheritance, and God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. FARRAKHAN ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. And this homeland you was promised, you rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. So if they gave you reparations today or tomorrow, how would that scenario not play out like that? Well, they say, okay, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they're going to say, okay, we're going to take care of them. I mean, why should they go out their way to take care of you when you was right here? You was working at Popeyes and living in the get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here, because they're trying to get rid of that stuff right now. Trump's trying to get rid of all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening over in America. Wow. Boys coming here. Disaster over there. And, I just got a call. Oh, wait, hold it. Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know, they call it Conland or something. I forgot what something they call it right there. That 6th day. They begged us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them and bring them? Oh, no. Now he went and asked, Master Farrah Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. And I agree with that. Yeah, the Master said he said, let's call him, and he passed the word to Master Farrah Muhammad. Master Muhammad said, send him back. Master, no, we can't come and get you. You made your choice, live with it. Or die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't believe that. They actually, right, sent a message over. I don't know how they did. I don't have any communication with it. Somehow they got the information over to him. Said, we please come and get him. Nope. Said, no, tell him no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land, you got your reparations, you got your money, you got FARRAKHAN as your leader. Yeah, tell him, talk to him, let him straighten out for you. He didn't want to sell you the idea. He was a salesman. So you on that idea of reparations. We told you. Right? Suleiman, right? He was the messenger to you, telling you, look, man, let's go home. You said no. You chose not to. Okay, brothers and sisters, that's a sad story. But I guess that's it. Is that it? Oh, they might get any more reports on Okay, he says that was Matthew Prophet Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So, like I said, brothers and sisters, we got those rides that came in. All that came in today, man, came in fast. After a whole year. Total collapse. Now they're begging it, somebody help them. We can't do it. Maybe Master help you. We won't do it. Assalamu alaikum. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in that they said, well, if you want to come and get us, well, we at least send them some food. They begged, said, well, please send us some food. Master Muhammad said, we got to send them a damn thing, nothing, zero. He said, please just send us some food. No, I just got that in. He says, if you can't come and get us, please send us some food. He says, no. He refused. I said, boy, I just got the information from the ambassador. He said, they sent that, and he's read to me. He says, no. He said, please, just please send us some food. He said, no way. You made your choice, case closed. Okay, just got that in, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.